Hello and welcome back to Hardspace Shipbreaker. Getting ourselves up and running here. Yeah, make sure it's live. I kind of posted this one fairly late, so hopefully people noticed that we're actually streaming today. But if they don't, that's all right. Still gonna have a lot of fun. But I hope everyone's having a good day. Good weekend. Oh, it seems kind of weird having taken a week off from this game. You know, I only play it on the live stream, so I get a little rusty. But you know, last week we did a different live stream. We did Satisfactory, which was a lot of fun, very productive for our run in that game. But we're back to Hardspace for today. It's way here. Oh. And it was really great seeing some of our regulars from Hardspace in the Satisfactory stream. But I want to get back to this, and I wanted to get a good shot or two at some javelins today, because we had a little bit of an incident on the previous run with a fuel tank and a high power laser. And I kind of want to redeem myself on that. Plus, we came up with a little bit of a different strategy on... there it is. I think it was the javelin we blew up. On the front end of the mackerels as a viewer suggestion. And I wanted to try to expand on that and see how we can take advantage of it. And I think that... and we were talking about a way of maintaining the entire front structure of the javelin, or the mackerel. And I think that we need one that has the cross bracing all the way across, because now the front ends are kind of held together by the glass. And I think we need to find one with the caging across. I don't think the station hopper has it across. I know the heavy cargo does. Exolab does, but the Exolab is so fun. Oh, there's one. Hazard level 8, but it's alright. We're trying out a strategy, and we like to warm up with our smaller ships. And also, it's a Ferro Rojo, so let's warm up on a Hazard 8 mackerel. Keep in mind, we're going to try to see if we can maintain the entire front end as one piece. And also, as I pointed out previously, 8/10 is okay enough, that we can, on these specifically, on the heavy cargoes, we can slip through the front, under the cockpit, and get to both sides for flushing the fuel without having that bug that throws the entire ship into the furnace. Alright. Start the opening, and we're going to go look, see if there's anything else we can peel off the front, the outside. Hello, antenna.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
It's pressurized. That looks like an extra piece isn't normally there. Huh. I mean, it goes to the processor. We probably don't have to take it off. Why not? Wait for the railgate to go off.
Object accepted for processing.
There we go.
Credits deposited.
All right.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to...
We were also toying with the reliability of when a door is going to open itself or not during a depressurization event. Oh, wow, this one is full. Okay. I think we are going to use the regulator on this one. Ooh, free money. So we have access panel on that side, 2 of them. I get in here, 3 of them. We only need one way in. And we don't really need to get in there and flush that one because we're going to use a regulator to open the doors anyway, or depressurize. And there is no door on the heavy cargo, so it doesn't matter which one of these we use.
Air pressure level decreasing.
Super simple. Now, if we can not blow up flammable things this time with our cutting tool, that would be fairly spectacular. Before we do that, let's get these guys off of the bottom. Oh, don't go towards the direction I'm going to be cutting. Alright. Bye-bye. Take your buddy with you.
Valuable deposit. Credits transferred.
Our headlamp's getting a little dark in there.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit. Salvage secured. Applying credit.
Tether supplies are dropping.
Another thing I want to do today is I wanted to kind of try to hit javelins probably a little more than usual. It's because I kind of want to get back to our challenge on how much we can make in the first shift on a javelin. Something we would do back in early access, and
Processor deposit accepted. Credits
kind of
awarded.
stopped doing it in this version. We could, we were relearning all of our,
Account credit
what had
applied.
changed strategically with the ships, and so we backed off of
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
the high efficiency first shift. Holy cow! Look at what happened to the boat?
Fuel levels are low.
Why is the boat all askew? But since we've done a number of them, and I don't think we have any real surprises anymore on
Raw
the
material
javelins, I kind of want to get back to
Credits deposited.
seeing just kind of how much we can do on a first shift. I mean, obviously we'll do the entire ship, but
Salvage deposit.
pull the reactor and the
Credits
thruster,
awarded.
and if we can really pull it off, get the power generator. And we have to figure out which javelin we want to do that on, because the ones with the ion rings are good money, but they take a little bit longer. I think that's what we want to do. I think we want to get one with a double ion ring.
Processing object. Applying credits to account.
Thank you. things are feeling a little sluggish.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
It's just me, but the objects are behaving like they're heavier than they are.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Got a reactor. Bye-bye.
Salvage goal obtained. Additional
Reactor
reward
panel is a
confirmed.
processor item, so let's stay with panel. We have 2 tethers left.
Processing valuable object. Credits awarded.
So we're going to try to keep the cockpit shell as 1 unit. That's and we know better than to reach through here and flush that because the ships are still bugged. And it will throw the ship into the furnace. Come on. I'm paranoider since we set that fuel tank off. Now, as I mentioned before, we could have gone all the way around the ship by going under the cockpit, but it takes so much longer to get past the airlock and the radiation housing. It was just more simple to do that. And the airlock repressurized itself.
Airlock depressurizing.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
The ship being all askew
Valuable object processed.
throw me off here. Alright. I think we're going to just cut the front end out. We want to leave it as 1 unit. I've already flushed all of this. It should be free to move. Up, coming at us, going up. Thank you. So, how is everybody this weekend? Hello, Jake. Yeah, I'm going to school with the mackerel. Sort of. Like I said, we're gonna try to maintain the entire front end as one piece, based on the suggested strategy last time. I think it was
Account credit
Gavin,
applied.
which is why we're taking the heavy cargo mackerel. You know, I was thinking about it between sessions, and I was concerned that our one test mackerel that we managed to pull the front end off didn't have any large objects like this coolant tank in the way, so I'm not sure if it's going to work. It did work on the test one, but again, it didn't have a large, any large tanks in the way. So it might be situational. It was still pretty cool when it worked. Did we miss anything? Nope, there it goes. Taking a sweet time. Doing alright, Gavin, doing alright. I got a little bit of a slow start as well today. Why are you not...
Applying credit.
I think it's rubbing on the ends here. Let's... I got so focused on messing around with the front end that I forgot to take the back end off first. I think the sides are bumping. Stay away from the furnace.
Credits
It's back
awarded.
in, out of the way so that we don't have the same problem with the other side.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
Move a window here. There we go. I need to resize this window. Much better. All right. I shouldn't tab out with the laser laser selected because I click back on the window, it burned something. Luckily, I wasn't aiming at anything.
Warning. Fuel levels are critical.
Whoa, 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 no. We're not sending that to the orc cloud.
Caution. Tether supply depleted.
Oh,
Deposit
last tether.
accepted for processing.
Suit patch kit. Oh, okay, that's a bad fuel. Alright, no free fuel on this ship.
Salvage goal achieved. Rewards allocated.
You're going to go above. You are going to go above. You're going to drag me along with you. Okay. Deal with the nuisance alarm here and get our tethers.
Thank you for your
Tethers restored.
purchase.
Go deal with this. Alright, don't make me come back. Got a minute and a half. We can get in here and free up this wall. Oh, it's gonna be kind of tight because we got to get past the housings. Maybe not. Maybe not.
You watching the clock, Cutter?
I'm watching the clock, Dee Dee. We're just talking about it.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
Be tight. Squeeze around. Come on. Come on. Let me move. Come on. What am I stuck on? Back up and move again. There we go. Yeah, I don't want to get... I only want the one bar there because we're trying to maintain the... Got it. That should be all the cuts. Whew. I think all the bars that are left are the ones that are holding the cockpit together. Yeah, the push of the... Like, I didn't even fully charge the grappler when I pushed to the back end, and it really tried to make its way out of the bay. And if you remember, that was one of the concerns I had about upgrading the push strength, was whether or not it's going to shove harder, not just be able to shove more weight. And that was the kind of scenario that I was kind of looking to avoid.
Have a good day.
I still don't know which way it is. Next time I'll just need to not, charge it up even less. I overestimated how far it was going to push it. That should be freed up right there. Have a nice day. And I think I'm going to grab this from the back because I don't want to run into the front. Grab it by the cage.
Deposit registered. Account credited.
There we go. I'm just going to tether that heavy tank because I don't feel like messing with it.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Wait for the wall to get out of the way so I can throw that in the processor. But in the meantime, carefully link that out.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
Yeah, Jake, was I saying I felt like I hadn't charged it for long enough to cause that kind of push, but we caught it before it could get away. Just don't know my own strength.
Processing valuable object.
Well, you don't go to the processor.
Raw material deposited. Transferring credits.
I wasn't sure if that was going to catch that light or not. Got a little lucky on that one.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credits.
Alright, so let's try to see if we can actually get the front end off without taking it apart with those large objects like that coolant tank in the way. And there's one in here as well. Okay, so
Salvage security.
theory was that if we remove this, get off the tank.
Processing valuable object. Credits awarded.
Here, with this. Carefully remove that without moving. And see if we can push it straight off.
Applying credit.
If it goes sideways, it's going to get caught on those tanks. Nice. Nice and clean. Alright. Nice. All one piece. Now we just have to extract the glass. And since we intentionally took one that has the push bar across the top, or the front. Oh. That doesn't look right. So we still have... That was weird. So I saw this move when we cut the glass, but... yeah, it's stuck between the bars. Let's get outside and examine if there is something we can selectively remove. Yeah, I mean, the push bar is holding them into place, but I guess it doesn't matter if it's no longer attached, right? It's still going to the same place, so even if it's just loose, the push bar should still hold onto it on its way to the processor. Because it's definitely, they're definitely two units now. Same outcome is what we were looking for. I was hoping that the push bar would actually attach it as one unit, but it's really the same outcome. So that's awesome. That whole thing. That is good stuff.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
You know what? I don't think I'm going to bother separating it.
Valuable object
Leave
accepted
it.
for processing.
The housing and the innards of the cockpit are all that's left. Okay, we can get rid of that now that the power is shut down.
Salvage goal met. Rewards will be paid.
I cut on the inside of that bar. There we go. Still got a full length deletion. I really don't like that new feature. And fortunately, the ship's already facing down, so we don't need to rotate it. That's convenient. What's heavier?
Salvage
Yeah,
deposit confirmed.
seat's heavier.
Applying credit. Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Bye-bye.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits
Nice and
awarded.
clean.
All salvage goals have
That
been
it?
met. Rewards maximized.
I think I did everything. Well, that was a very clean mackerel.
Valuable object processed. Credits.
Was there a mini-me? Make sure nothing missed the barge. That looks suspicious. It is suspicious. That's the panel on the, yeah, on the radiation housing. It tried to slip away from us.
Valuable object processed. Credits deposited.
And we go. Mist light.
Salvage secured. Account.
Yeah, those little button lights, the little red, the little round lights do have value, but it's negligible. It's not. I still kind of feel weird pulling the bar lights, but trying to target those little button lights is just tedious. If they were easier to grab and maneuver and move, then maybe I'd consider it. We got more red than I expected.
Material accepted. Credits transferred.
We got a little bit of gray. That might be from the bars that disintegrated, though. Yeah, I think we're clear to go. Get ourselves into our javelin. Yeah, I mean, I'm very patient, but it's just
5 minutes.
There's a
left in
limit.
the ship, Cutter, okay?
you know, maybe if you're trying to do 100%. Which I've seen technically done, but I haven't seen done without exploits. So, you know, like a 99.9% maybe you could do without an exploit. I've got 99.1. Pretty good. Especially on a macro, because, you know, even those little bars getting evaporated is such a high percentage of such a small ship that it's actually harder to get those higher percentages of overall. But that was our warm-up.
Good morning, Cutter. It's time to begin your workday.
I want to find a double ion ring javelin. It's not going to be the heavy cargo. Going to be one of those. The Lynx model. I think I want to do some repairs. Gavin, what's primarily on the menu for today is going to be javelins. Trying to get back to, you know, we had the strategies down pat so much in early access that we were at the point where we were challenging ourselves on the first shift of the javelins to see how much money we can make off of a first shift. Which is why I'm repairing my grappler, even though it's not below 40%. Plus, I kind of want to redeem myself from blowing up the fuel tanker last time. So I kind of want to hit javelins. Now, obviously, blowing up the fuel tanker last time was on the heavy cargo, not on the tanker. But I feel like we've done more heavy cargoes than tankers. Like, we still haven't run into a tanker yet that has a coolant section. In fact, this looks like a medium. Shouldn't the picture have 3 sections? That's a medium. I want a large. Let's back out and come back in. So that we can see if we can cycle the shop list, the ship list, to see if we can get ourselves a large heavy cargo or a large tanker. But like I was saying, we have not seen one yet with the coolant tanks on it, and we still have 2 posters that I know of that we haven't found. And if we haven't found one of those ship variants, then possibly one of those posters spawns on that ship variant. I'm not sure. Like, we need the Union poster.
Hello, Shipbreaker. This is
And I
your morning
feel like when
wake-up
we
call.
first discovered one of those in early access, it was on a Gecko. For some reason, I feel like it was. No, we're definitely got a different list because we didn't have a ghost ship last time. There we go. And it's Vera Rojo. I feel better about working for them than for Lynx. Yeah, Gavin, I've also been concerned about whether or not we did, you know, whether or not they only spawn in the lower hazards that we don't have access to. Jake, there's no way I know of to determine how many posters we haven't found. It's just from experience. There's at least 2 posters that we know we've collected in a previous run that we don't have on this one. There's the one where someone has marked up one of the existing posters and made it a pro-Union poster. And there's another female poster, because I jokingly had on the previous run, I had pin-up girls over my bed, and 2 of those posters were pin-up girls, and one was the puppy. And right now we only have 1 pin-up girl, so there's definitely, I don't remember what the poster is. I just remember there was another one with a female personality. It might be Callista. You know, the CEO? I think so. I don't remember. Kind of focus. This is going to be our much as we can get done in the first round. And we're still doing the whole ship, but... I already feel like I'm going slow. Start moving that. Come back to you later on. This should take less time as long as I don't blow something up than it did in early access, because you have fewer cuts, so we no longer have to cut that middle part.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
Just a little bump. That's the top one. I want to get it off of its moorings. We deal with these first because the other set is a different configuration. And it's going to be easier to remove than these will be.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
Okay. Straight line, not reliably. All right. Push it towards the direction that we already have tankers getting out of the way. Where are you at? There you are.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited. Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
Oh, I can't cancel that tether, so we're just gonna have to rely on that.
Salvage secured. Applying credit. Salvage goal cleared. Rewards allocated.
Bomb 2 first, so I can get them out of the way.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
Should cycle the airlock on the front of the ship before we left that area. That's alright, we're going to return and deal with that ion ring anyway.
Confirmed. Applying credit.
I'll come back and cut those in a moment.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
Like the other ion ring has started to move. I might actually target it from this far away. Yes, excellent. Oh, no, give me demo charge.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
Give me, quit not giving me demo charges. Wanted to spin that clear so that it would not be
Deposit accepted. Credits
not bang onto the ship on the way down.
Salvage goal reached. Rewards assigned.
Just a little more quickly. I want to get it out of the way.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Where's our entrance?
Airlock depressurizing.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Okay, I'm gonna cancel tethers. Need you out of the way quickly.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
It'll work. Oop, come on, brakes.
Airlock pressurizing.
Working regularly or not? There it is. Alright.
Air pressure level decreasing.
Go, 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 go! I'm wondering if I should have kept that as one piece, but it's alright. Have to cut. It's right here. I think we need to remove those. Those are the things that are holding on to the cage. Yeah, we don't care about that. Let's cancel tethers.
Secured. Applying credit.
Not have as many tethers as I would like to have, especially since I just missed that. Cage forward. That does not look like it went in. How that worked out.
Credit applied. Hey Cutter, you've got 5 minutes left in the shift. Hope you're having fun.
Yeah, DD, I'm having fun, thank you.
Credits transferred.
Tether supplies running low.
Go, go, go.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited. Salvage goal obtained. Additional rewards assigned.
Oh, I missed one. Push the whole unit out. think I'm going to give up on that back panel. What's on the back wall now?
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
You know what? Let's try to pull it. Cancel tethers.
Deposit accepted for processing.
Here's our last tether.
Caution, out of tethers.
Welcome to Vendatron 9000. Have a nice day.
I get in here and depressurize this. Oh, no. No, no missing.
Airlock
The supports on the EC are... They were here before. It's on this version of this ship. It's not on...
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
Because in this version of the ship, the ECU doesn't have its own room, so it's not attached to a wall. Okay, we need to depressurize. Hello, puppy.
Valuable object accepted for processing.
We're gonna do it. We don't have time. We don't have time. This is gonna be ugly. Ow!
Helmet damage detected. Be sure to always budget for helmet repair costs. Airlock pressurizing.
Get out of my way. Get out of my way, sir. Okay. Stop. Let me in. Thank you. We don't have time to pull all the fuses. One, two, three. Come on, come on, come on. There's no way we can get access to get that out in
All
time.
right, Cutter. Time to wrap it up, okay? 1 minute left.
Yeah, I can't get out of the ship in time. So this way, because the other airlock will take too long to cycle. Pull, pull. Go, 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 go.
Warning. Fuel
Oh, we got it.
are low. Fuel salvage.
Oh, okay. I got a little behind on reading chat there. Yeah, yeah. Pretty good, pretty good. 18.6. Wow, we got... Somehow we lost an atmospheric regulator. Not sure how that happened. It must have been during the explosive depressurization right there at the very end. One of the broken ones probably got damaged. So we got all the fuel tanks. Got the amplifiers, we got the thruster, reactor, got the ECU. We really gutted this pretty good. Even got a computer terminal from somewhere. I don't remember sending one of those in. I wonder if one of them I didn't pull a computer terminal. There must have been one that that got blown in when we blew out the side console. Yeah, engineering console. That wasn't part of the reactor housing. Look at that power generator. Look at that. The power generator. That wasn't our 1.1 million that we pulled in at the last second. I agree, Gavin. The tether on the canopy might not have caught the furnace. I saw that as well and wasn't quite sure. All right, the engineering console is the switch on the thrust. You're right. I figured it had to be something on there because I couldn't think of what it was. I think we did pretty well in that. I'm really happy with.
Good morning, Cutter 9346-50.
You know, it had. Looking at it in retrospect, I probably could have gotten away with having refilled my tethers at the beginning. I don't think it had any real impact on us. But I could have pre-tethered this section right here before I went inside. That's probably what I should have done. Because then I wouldn't have had to fly out. It would have pulled away, and that would have made it. That would have saved us a lot of time.
Applying credit.
I mean, we still got the engineering or the power generator, so it didn't cost us majorly. But the time we spent trying to get out, we could have come out that front and pulled computers from here and gotten credit for them as well. So that's something that we can do to refine that strategy a little bit. Overall, quite pleased with that. And we get a puppy pet. Puppy pet. There we go. Hey, buddy. How you doing? I was happy to see our first puppy poster of the stream. So there's probably shards from that still floating around that we haven't picked up. Because we know how that blows apart when we pressurize.
Object accepted for processing.
That's going to be the broken regulator? Yeah.
Material deposited. Account credit applied.
Yeah, it probably banged up on its way out. That's what broke it. We just didn't have time to prep it. You know, otherwise we would like to have removed it before depressurizing. But just for the sake of the strategy, oops, I could cut something I didn't need to. We just didn't have time to prep it.
Deposit accepted. Credits awarded.
If we'd taken our time, we would have looked for a different way to depressurize. Hey, another puppy poster. And that is going to be pressurized now. Fine. Oh no! We pulled the power generator so the doors don't work anymore. Okay. Remember, we always pull that last in a standard strategy, and that's part of the reason why. Okay, so, alright, that's gonna go, because that's pressurized. Okay, we're gonna reap what we've sown. stuff we can safely taken care of. You know, maybe if we do it right, we can have that launching effect of sending the airlock straight up, like it's a rocket taking off. We've done that before with geckos. But we'll leave the airlock attached to that top plate.
Processing valuable deposits. Credits
And we'll see if it takes off like a rocket. The slow takeoff, like a space shuttle taking off. There it goes. I love that. that is so fun. And it's actually useful to us because it got the airlock out of the area and away from this annoying ladder. Those are the fun depressurizations.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits. Processor deposit accepted. Credits awarded.
Alright, we're going to take time here, make sure we don't have any lights left in here since we're not in a rush. Oh, we got the lights. Enough to pull that in. So we're going to have to cut our way in. Yeah, there's no way around this. No power to the consoles means no doors work.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credits. Object processed. Transferring credits.
That's stuck. I'm very stuck. There we go.
Salvage goal reached. Rewards assigned.
For the air to stop pushing me back against the whatever was behind me. Alright, I think everything's depressurized now, so we can go back to our usual, back to front. Oh, we have another airlock we have to open up. So the outer door, I'm not sure which door you're talking about, but the doors will now open or close to match pressure now. So if the outer door will open if we explosively depressurize the inner room.
Count credited.
And it will now open the exterior door because there's no pressure between the two sections.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
Oh yeah, the doors still work. The door handles don't work anymore. But I agree, it is an inconsistency that doesn't make any sense. The ship has no power for the door locks, and it shouldn't have any power for the doors.
Credits deposited.
It's a very good point.
Raw material accepted.
Warning. Fuel levels are critical. Return to the master jack.
No levels are critical, didn't we just... Like we just refueled. That was on the mackerel. I'm just going to cut this off.
Processor deposit.
Excuse me, sir. You can carry on now, please.
Credits awarded.
Spin and roll it off. No? Give it a little left tap. That'll work. Go down a little bit. We don't need to send it around the radius into the furnace. Alright. Now begin the tedious part of the ship, which is freeing these up. The airlock's not so bad, it's these nanocarbon bars that are kind of a pain. I really should look behind me, make sure that thing didn't go into the furnace. Alright. Don't watch him like a hawk.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
Yes, I know, we're running out of fuel.
Material accepted.
I can get one more cut before I go.
Hey, Cutter. 5 minutes left in this shift. All right?
Ah, bad cut. Alright, we'll go get fuel.
Valuable object processed. Credits deposited.
Welcome to Vendatron 9000. Thank you for your
Fuel
purchase.
levels restored.
Get out my face. Thank you.
Object accepted for processing. Credits deposited.
Tetherball. That reminds me of Hutball. Did anyone here ever play Star Wars Online? The not the LucasArts, or not the Sony one. Star Wars Galaxies, but the one I think is still live, the SWTOR. It had the best... I'm not a big PvP person, but it had the best PvP game ever made, which was Hutball. And, oh, come on, the other one was clean.
Credits awarded.
That's a good cut. Basically, it was a Star Wars version of football. American football. Except with Jedi powers. It was so fun. It was the reason I kept playing the game. For as long as I did. Just to play Hutball. Okay, that's the one that we need.
Processor deposit accepted. Credits awarded.
Not gonna mess around with it. We're just gonna do a shallow cut and get it free. Yep, nope, not that hard. Just move away. Yes, Jedi powers would make everything better. By the way, welcome back, Liquid. We've already pet a puppy. I don't know if you missed it or not. But there was a puppy on this ship. Yeah, I can't express how fun Hutball was.
Accepted. Credit applied.
It was just, yeah, it was
Processing valuable deposit. Credits transferred.
Rebels versus the Empire. in a
Deposit secured. Credits awarded.
incredibly cool game of basically Jedi football. And I mean, you didn't just have Jedis. You had bounty hunters and snipers and all the other stuff, but it didn't pull any punches. There was no restriction on
Cutter?
any abilities that your characters had were valid in the arena. While we were throwing a ball between each other trying to score goals, it was just so good. Okay, so we're going to try to pull most of this out as one unit. Yeah, I can determine we can just get away with cutting just here. What? Okay. See, it's cutting those. We're gonna avoid getting it to cut or eviscerate that entire bar. Fire in a hole. Get that moving. Yeah, it was like you've never experienced a football until you can force choke your enemy. Or throw a lightsaber at them.
Good morning, Cutter 9346-52. Links would like
And
to share the
when they would
following
throw
inspirational
when you would
message.
throw the
The
ball,
greatest reward in life is the chance to work
you didn't just
hard
have to
toward
you
worth
couldn't
doing.
you didn't just have to target like a teammate to to throw the ball. You could literally just throw it, and it was an object that could be caught midair. And yeah, well, there were force pushing and whatnot, and force pulling, depending on the class. I think like the Inquisitors, I think, could force pull, which they would pull their teammates. There was a pit that you had to get across, and you had to go across a very precarious walkway that had hazards on it, and there was no way of jumping up from the bottom of the pit. But as a standard movement, you couldn't. But an Inquisitor, I think it was an Inquisitor, on your team could be at the top of the pit, which was just in front of the goal line, and could force pull their teammate who had the ball up out of the pit and bypass all those hazards. I did the opposite. I was a Marauder. It was my primary character, which was a very offensive fighting character, kind of a off-tank fighter, melee guy, which would dual wield lightsabers and could throw them. And he had the ability to force jump at enemies. And so there was a couple of instances where that was extremely useful in Huttball. Like inevitably there would be some dum-dum on the opposing team that would stand in front of your goal to try to stop you from, like if you're coming towards your goal line with the Huttball, they'd stand in front of the goal to try to kill you before you cross the line. But they would inevitably not pay attention to who on your, what class on your team was carrying the ball, and if it was a Marauder, like myself, then I would bypass all of the hazards. Oops, I don't know where that went. I would bypass all the hazards. Did that land right? Okay, we're gonna try the disarm thing. We've never done because I accidentally threw one. There's a green bar on the side. What does that mean? I don't know how to do this. Like, if I let go while it's on the green bar, it keeps going. I am landing the bar. Like, see, watch, I will let go. You can see my hands. And this keeps going. Tab again, okay. Okay, maybe if I just hit... I got it. Don't hold down the button. Hit one button to start, let go, and then when it comes around, hit the button again. Alright, we've learned something. Yeah, second tap. I was holding the key in until it went all the way around. We learned something. And amazingly, it remained spark-free the whole time. I know that I still need to cut this free. I'm just going to pre-tether it. As mentioned, though, there'd always be some dum-dum who would stand in front of our goal. And as a marauder, I would just I would run to the bottom of the pit and just force jump at them. And they would feel silly because they just gave me an easy way to get across the entire area. Whoop, right onto them. Thank you, and run right on past them. And the other time it was really useful was for intercepting the ball mid-flight. Because they would have, you know, inevitably they would have, they'd have someone on their team standing by their own goal. And whoever had the ball would try to bypass all the hazards by running to the bottom of the pit and then throwing the ball up on the lip for them to catch. And I would just stand around, just stand in the area within range of the guy who's on the top of the pit. And as soon as the guy would let go of the ball, I would force jump at the guy he's trying to pass to, and I would automatically intercept the ball. So fun. The reason I stopped playing that game, other than the fact that the base game kind of got boring, they didn't do a good job of giving late game content. It's an MMO. They were relying a lot on the PvP draw. And the reason I quit playing the game was because you know, they had PvP arenas, and Hutball was just so fun that Hutball was the only thing anyone would play. Like that was the arena that everybody would go into, and the other PvP arenas, where the wait queue to play them was so long because there weren't enough people to play them. Because Hutball was just so fun, and their response to that was, instead of fixing the other arenas to make them interesting, they made it so that you couldn't queue up for a specific arena. You just had to queue up for PvP in general, and you got thrown into whatever arena was available. And so the very predictable outcome of that was that people would queue up, they'd get put in something that wasn't Hutball, and then they would immediately abandon the arena. So the arena would start, and then there wouldn't be enough people to play it because they would keep quitting out of it. And so you'd have one team that was dominating because the other team couldn't get enough people because everyone was quitting. And then you just, you know, you couldn't play Hutball unless you randomed into it, luckily. And that meant you ended up joining Hutball late, because you were just re-queuing over and over again. So you typically wouldn't be in at the beginning, and it was just so bad. Such a bad decision.
Credits awarded.
And I canceled my subscription because I found that the only reason I was still playing the game was to play Hutball. And I just got tired of having to re-queue over and over again trying to get into Hutball.
Material deposited. Account credit applied.
I don't know if I played WoW during... So, you're saying Wrath. That would be Wrath of the Lich King. I remember playing Wrath of the Lich King. I guess I didn't really do hardly any PvP in
Material deposited.
WoW, so I wouldn't have experienced. Come on. I wouldn't have if there was. Come on. Try not to get sucked in myself. Let me talk. Give me the stupid light. Thank you. Oh. Uh-oh.
Object
We're...
processed. Transferring credits.
Okay. Our thrusters were not sufficient to get us back out. I need to get in there and cut the supports behind the walls here before I do this. I do remember doing some of the World of Warcraft, like the siege ones. I thought those were pretty neat.
Credit to account.
Where one team was sieging a castle. Those were pretty cool. The battleground areas. And I did do in the early days of like vanilla Warcraft, the classic days. What was it called? Alterac Valley. The PvP arena that could last for like 10 hours and for one match. I did a lot of that. Where you could like summon the giant or the giant troll or something like that. And you had the Griffin Riders and all that stuff. It had all the mini quests that you could do in the arena to bring NPC allies for a push. And they ended up nerfing it so badly that I mean, it was another situation of where they had an arena that had a problem. In this case, it was the fact that it, could easily take like 5 to 10 hours for completion. And they didn't do a real fix for it.
Credits transferred.
I think they did something like they made the towers so easy to destroy that
5
basically
minutes left, Cutter.
it
All
just
good?
became a rush game. Just rush the towers and game was over. And so all of the quests in it became pointless. There was just no reason to try to summon the griffins or the giants or anything like that. So really the interesting aspects of it altered. It was unfortunate. But I did play a lot of that. That was a lot of fun. But I guess it's the statement, right? Is if I do a PvP something, I like it to be a big giant team thing. I like teamwork. Just like I like having you guys here. This is like a team. Figure out strategies together. Oop, no, get out of the way. I need to cut, please. I do miss WoW. It was a fun game. Well, look good. I'm glad it's... Which way is down? I'm glad that some people are still finding this entertaining. What was my orientation here? Here we go.
Secured. Credits deposited.
I am continually surprised that people still show up. So I have not gotten tired of playing the game.
Object processed. Credits
I find it
deposited.
very relaxing and very fun to play.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
And doing this as a weekly live stream, since I don't play it between the live streams, helps keep it from getting repetitious for me. I'm not burning out on it. Although I never burned out on it through all the hours of early access either.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
I am going to continue to look for other things to stream. I would like to get into a situation to where we can continue to support this game, but not necessarily stream it every week. All right, let's see. I think we've got everything detached. Can we just pull the cord right out of the middle? A little tight squeeze. I think we can just pull this out. Yeah, well, I will not be streaming Ball because I don't play SWTOR anymore. I think that it's still live. I don't think that MMO has gone down. I think it's still a game. Unlike Star Wars Galaxies, that Sony botched terribly, but it's Sony, so of course they did. Star Wars Galaxies was an amazing game before they overreacted to a bunch of, they ran into that syndrome of
1 minute left, Cutter. Start finishing
listening
things
to
up.
the vocal minority,
All right.
and they nerfed things out of being fun. And Sony's. I have nothing really good to say about Sony as a
Salvage accepted.
software
Credit
company.
applied.
They don't care about their customers, not really. There were protests in the game. Out of my way. Can we actually squeeze this through? Maybe diagonally? We're out of time. Oh, nice. Got it. I don't want it to end up on the barge. Yeah, so there were a lot. They nerfed the fun out of so many things in Star Wars Galaxy. And there was such wide protests. There was an organized protest where a bunch of players
Good morning, Cutter 9.
showed up in the major cities and literally held
Today's weather report.
protests. Like the capital of
The
Naboo
high of -270
was crawling with players, all protesting the changes. And moderators came onto those servers and started teleporting players out of the city because it was dragging down the performance of the city because they were just too many players to handle it. And so players who were protesting, they started teleporting them out of cities and the players would come back. And so they started teleporting them to other planets. They were doing this to paying players. And it just snowballed, right? And more people started showing up on other servers, and it got to where they literally just took the servers offline
Account credit applied.
to counter the protests,
Process
which is just
project.
unbelievable.
Applying credits to account.
That kind of attitude is what led to the game finally falling apart. But it was the engine of the game was fantastic. There was so much that was fun about the game, so many things that got right about it that I've not seen since. They did a great job of creating a social atmosphere in the game. There were entertainment professions like dancers and musicians, and they built in a mechanic in the game to give players a mechanical reason to go to cantinas and hang out with performers. Which was that you would, like in combat, you could get mental fatigue and physical fatigue, like scars, wounds that couldn't be healed. You know, like semi-permanent wounds, we'll say, that couldn't be healed by, like, you know, bandages and stuff like that. And you had to go and relax in a cantina to heal those wounds. Basically, your why is this not coming free? Like your max health would go down, and your max mental stamina would go down. And by watching a performer in the cantina, those would be restored. And so they did a great job of structuring a reason to create a social atmosphere. I think maybe I have to... don't want to do that. Am I missing something here? No, I already freed the table up. See, the table is already loose. Not that. I think it's just going to be one of those weird corner connections. I'm going to have to melt these out, I think. 'Cause I've already got rid of the bar that was on the other side of that.
Salvage destroyed. Please avoid damaging valuables.
Oh, still no good. Okay, so that was a weird... Did you see that? That was a weird corner piece that I melted, but yet nothing's gone. So that's probably part of this? See that little piece right there? No, still not it. We've not run into this problem before. The vertical bar? There's no vertical bar. We're all horizontal, it's on the bottom. But yeah, I mean, the vertical bar is what we just melted out, right? That was that whole thing. That whole loop just got melted out. And I got rid of that in-between piece that was here. Did we send the panels? At this point, I don't remember. I'm pretty sure I did. All right.
Applying credit to account.
I told you, Liquid, you missed the puppy pet. You know, it's one per run. All right, we'll pet a second one. Cable all the way. Puppy pet. One-time exception. You owe me $2,000 or $4,000. What's the value of the value of the posters now? You come out of there, please. I don't know what we're gonna do about this bottom piece. I think we're just gonna have to cut everything away. It's got to be this back panel. It's connecting. 'Cause it's not even blue. It's still. Pull the lights. Maybe. Let's see here. Yeah, maybe. Entirely possible. Blue. No. That was a worthy suggestion, but doesn't seem to have followed it. Just gonna have to cut. Cut until there's nothing in the way. Might be the back wall. You know we're gonna cut this last one and it's still gonna be stuck to nothing. Oh, there we go. Jeez. That's not how that's supposed to work. Get out of here. We're done with you. So, talking about Star Wars Galaxy, the other thing that they did really well that I've never seen replicated, and
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
you know, I don't know if you guys who've played MMOs have done much with crafting in them, but I feel like Star Wars Galaxy's got crafting better than anyone else I've ever seen.
Applying credit. All salvage goals.
And the thing that they did was, the important thing that they did was a couple of things. First of all, if you truly specialized in crafting, you were better at crafting than anybody else who hadn't specialized, who were just dipping their toe in it. It required you to spend a whole bunch of your
Credits deposit.
ability points, because you only have so many. You have a max. I shouldn't have done that. But if you were crafting an item, all items weren't cookie cutter items.
Salvage deposit.
Two different crafters making the same item would make items with different stats, because there was a experimentation mechanic where you could spend points into building a prototype of the item, and then there would be an outcome, and if you liked the outcome, you could save it as a blueprint, and you could recreate it perfectly. And the more skilled you were in the profession, the more experiment points you had to spend. The people who dedicated to crafting as their thing
Salvage secured.
made
Applying
better
credit.
items, could make more money doing so. The other thing that they did that was super cool was that crafted items took a category of
Salvage
resources,
deposit
but not a
registered.
specific resource.
Account credited.
So, like, the barrel of a laser pistol might require a ferrous metal. And certain ferrous metals had better, like, heat conductivity than others. So, you know, if you invested a better metal into it, then it would improve that stat.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
So you didn't have to use the same thing everyone else was using. And to
5 minutes left,
compound
sir.
that,
You know what you're doing?
resources
Okay.
were spawned randomly. So you'd go on the planet, run around the planet with a scanner looking for, say, iron. And you would find iron veins on the planet, and the iron would have a set of statistics based on its
Salvage deposit.
heat conductivity, you know, electrical, thermal, insulation, things like that. And so that iron might be better for something than a different iron from a different planet. And there was a limited amount of that iron on the planet, and once it was all mined,
Salvage deposit
it would
confirmed.
never exist again.
Applying credit.
And the game would regularly spawn new veins with random stats throughout the planets.
Salvage
So
secured.
if you made a blueprint of a super awesome, mega, incredible laser pistol, that blueprint would require all the materials, the exact materials that you used to make the original. And once you ran out of those materials, the blueprint was no longer any good. It could never be made again. So you had an enforced scarcity of the crafted items. Plus, the items would also have a durability, so eventually they would break. They could be repaired, but they would lose durability over time, so there was always a need to replace them, so the crafters always had something, there was always a reason for people to buy new product. So they did an amazing job on supporting crafting in the game. So there's a lot I can say negative about Sony, but they did a really good job on some aspects of the game. It was a real shame when that game got taken offline.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
I think for the most part my MMO days are behind me. Oh, I thought those were one unit. And those are not one unit. I really enjoy playing MMOs quite a bit. But the time dedication is just... don't have that kind of time anymore.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
I could dedicate to doing an MMO, but then I can't do anything else. Got to show up for the weekly raid and do the grind. And while I do find it entertaining, it gets to a point where it's like, there's so many other things I could be doing, even if it's just gaming. We got everything. Fine too to not lose. Have to come back for another shift. EVE Online is an amazingly cool game.
Credits deposited.
Unfortunately, I played it for a little bit. It's too PvP for my taste. Which is unfortunate because they built such a cool game.
1 minute to go.
If they would open, that's one game I'd consider playing if they would start new fresh servers that weren't PvP. Maybe just had consensual PvP, or I don't know how you'd work it because PvP is so integrated into how that game functions. I don't know that they could come up with a version that doesn't focus on it. But my big problem was the choke points. Like, oh, I want to go over here, and I come out of a warp gate, and there's 9 people who have nothing to do with better in their lives but to sit around all day long hoping that someone will come through that warp gate so they can instantly kill them before the screen loads up. And I don't see the appeal. It's just like, do you guys really? Is the mic good again? Oh. Is it stable now? Hopefully.
Good morning, Shipbreaker. This is your daily wake-up
But as
call.
I was saying, the actually, I've got. See, I actually have the earpiece. There we go. Yeah, I can hear my voice come through. That's good to hear, Jake, that they actually addressed the problem with being ambushed coming out of the jump gates. But that mechanic is what drove me off of it. I had some other concerns about it, like like research, it was something you couldn't do. You really reasonably couldn't do unless you had already been in the game for X number of years, because all the research labs, there were a limited number of research labs, and they were all permanently taken by people who had been in the game for years before. And so it was like, it punished new players. There were a lot of things, a lot of aspects in the game that you couldn't participate in if you weren't one of the first players in the game. And so, I mean, I imagine it's been many, many, many years since I played it, so hopefully they've addressed stuff like that. But it was things like that that made me just not really want to stick with the game. But I had fun when I played it. I did enjoy it. I did a lot of... I specialize in just like resource mining, and I used drone ships to do drone mining. And it was very peaceful, very relaxing. I really enjoyed doing it. Oh yes, Ghost Exo Lab. No. We're not doing that. Boy, there are a lot of javelins today. They know I wanted to target javelins. I don't want to do a javelin back-to-back. You know, we've only done one salvage runner. Like, I think ever. Since 1.0. We probably should do another one, and maybe we'll find one of those missing posters. So let's do a salvage runner, just because we haven't given them equal time. You know, they're not the death trap that they used to be. Yeah, Given, I love drones. I love automation in general, which is probably not much of a surprise. You know, like I have a series for Satisfactory, and automation in general drives me as a person. You know, I'm an Excel expert, and I love writing VBA scripts that will automate functions in Excel and just watching them do their thing. Stuff like that, it's always appealed to me, and so it does so in gaming as well. So, you know, playing games where I have drones that are out just everywhere doing their stuff, I find to be so cool. And so I did a lot of that in Eve. Love drone ships in general. I think it's such a cool thing. There's a lot of external bits on this one. No, we don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. If I would have tied the two of those together, they just would have pulled themselves across the top. You know, a little bit of jankiness here, the little stuttering, which typically means things are blowing up on the inside.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
Thruster fuel. Nice. Free fuel inside waiting for us. We get everything off the exterior. Yeah, I don't remember the names or anything about it. Like I said, I played... I played so long ago. And there were definitely aspects of it. Like I said, the engine, I think, was really well done. The design of the game was really cool. I liked how your progress was automatic. Like, I think it was... Or you had like an intelligence stat or something like that, and you would just automatically
Processing valuable object. Credits
learn skills. You picked a skill, and you would just learn it over time. I thought that was innovative.
salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
And it helped. I think the thing I liked about it is that it allowed progress for casual players. You know, you couldn't grind your way through the research tree or your skill tree.
Salvage registered. Transferring credit.
And people who couldn't play as much still made progress offline as their characters learned whatever skill they had assigned to learn. And I thought that was a really neat idea.
Pressurizing.
All right, so let's find our what regulars we have. Working. Anyway, we want to make sure that door is open because I pulled the I pulled the switch off of it, and we're probably going to be exiting, coming back in. Free floating bits. Broken regulator. Okay, so the dangerous area cannot be safely depressurized. That's good to know. Maybe we'll find a floating working regulator. Nope. Alright, is there anything that's gonna run into the reactor or the pipes? That little thing. I think we need to prep for a explosive depressurization of the back. I don't think that so the front of the front exterior is, right? The outer hull goes all the way to the front, but the front rooms are sealed. Minus the weird bugginess we've seen sometimes where there seems to be pressure leaks. Sealant leaks. Let's get this out of here. Away from the coolant pipe that we know it's going to want to break. Excuse me, sir. Oh, come along. Come out. Thank you. Isn't there a... What's blocking you? Get in the hole. Ah, all right. So we know we want to get this out of here. Yeah, it is the strange how they don't seal that area. Posters, but not the ones we're looking for. Like, I feel like this room right here keeps getting depressurized even though it shouldn't. Broken regulator in this room. Working regulator in here.
Warning. Fuel levels are critical.
Well, it's always appeared to be closed. Yes. No, so the front hallway ceiling, you're talking about this. No, I think this was always closed, right here. Just the one in the back. I think this has always been sealed. Oh yeah, let's have a... Putting one of these. Go with the old strategy. Stuff these in the side room. Oh, that was the... Wow, that one had managed to find its way into another room on its own. That was nice of it.
Fuel
Like
level
that.
restored.
You? Get in there. Yeah, I guess we're just going to go with the old strategy. There's no way for us to get out of this ship and come back into the airlock because we're going to depressurize from the front. And if we breach, then it breaches this room here. Alright, so this is going to get messy. I'm going to do that even though it's probably not going to work. We're going to depressurize the cockpit. I don't think I want to bother going through all of these. I think that's going to suffice. I expect this to close itself, but, you know, do it anyway.
Airlock depressurizing.
Here. This is the room we're actually going to use the regulator on. I really wish that these things didn't come off of the walls on their own. Do not understand that mechanic.
Air pressure level decreasing.
Cutter? Got about 5 minutes
Not
left.
now, Dee Dee. See if they depressurize anything it shouldn't had. Oh. Good. This is where I think that we've seen leaks in the past. Alright, that's sealed. So I think the ECU room is leaked into the outer shell. Didn't I oh, I closed one door, not the other one. So that's interesting. Our experience has been that those doors should have closed, right? Because this room was pressurized. And normally these doors close themselves if the two rooms are not going to be the same pressure level. So I would have expected this door right here to have closed itself when this room started getting depressurized to maintain the pressure in this room. That's the behavior that we've witnessed recently, right? Stop, 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 stop. Thank you. I don't know where you came from. Probably from that room right there. And, yeah, see, it opened the door out here. Let's get you guys out of the way. I think we're going to cut the airlock. That's how we're going to depressurize the rear half. Well, I mean, those are airlock. Those are air sealed, right? They're sealed doors. They're not just like bathroom doors. So I was under the impression that those also behaved with it, but maybe not. I mean, that might be the difference. Okay. I think I'm going to try to be cheeky here. I want to cut this and then flip that switch so that anything comes flying this way gets caught in this room. I don't think it's going to do us any good. I don't know how the airlock's going to respond to that. Yep, it's not letting me interact with it. Alright, let's just hide around the corner. Oh, I don't like all those exclamation points. Look at all that stuff. Okay. Well, the wall came apart. Or that was... Yeah, the wall came apart. We didn't get the brake sound.
Accepted.
What did she just say? Salvage accept... What? What just got accepted? I didn't see what it was. That's not good. That means there's stuff floating around outside. We need out of here. There's stuff outside moving. Oh, nope, that's the airlock. And that means air could have blown the... Get out of my way! Yeah, all three of those are still here. Yeah, material accepted, exactly. I don't... What got accepted? Nothing... No breaches.
One minute left to finish things up, Cutter.
Well, you know, while I'm out here, I'm going to do something we don't normally do. We only got a minute left. We don't normally take the thrusters out the back, we just remove the back. Doesn't mean we couldn't take them out the back. Which might make it easier to move the back end. We've made no money this round. this shift. A few things on the outside and that's it.
Processing object. Applying credits to
But the ship is prepared now. And yeah, whatever mystery item got turned in. Airlock console is when we pull off the top, the ladder we pull off the top. It's gotta be this panel. That has to have been what was accepted. I don't know what it could have been though. Because there's no... We can account for all these others. Well, this one as well. That one's destroyed. That's not it. It has to have been that. We can account for all this stuff. The utility arms, the rudders, all that other stuff. Still made 1.3 million. Maybe. Kevin, probably. If it came through, went up to the airlock and turned and went to the furnace. It could have been a piece of that wall that broke free. So yeah, you're probably right.
Good morning, Shipbreaker. Your allocated ship...
Yeah, and it wasn't a whole lot of money. It was 600 something like that, so it had to have been a tiny piece. But nothing blew up. That's all good. It's a salvage runner that hasn't exploded. And I don't feel like we can credit the regulator as being the reason it didn't explode, because we still went through the usual process. It's just instead of cutting the glass in the front, we used the regular button. It still was the same path of depressurization that we used before.
Deposit secured. Credits awarded.
I just think there's less stuff in the back now. Yeah, and I agree. It was probably like this little piece right here. It's missing. But there's a wall piece. That would be along this side. Who knows? But let's get to getting ourselves exterior access, which means we need to fly up through the roof. squeeze through here. I mean, when we've cut the glass... No, I mean, the glass is fairly stable in this. You know, when we got good at keeping it from coming apart by cutting the bottom of the glass. I'm trying to think... I'm trying to remember, because when we did our no regulator day, we did that strategy. I don't remember if the front came apart or not. Doesn't stick out to me what happened. We revived our old strategy. Okay, let's see. Pull those apart. This is going to be our exit from the front. Target through the middle. Yes, we can. Very good.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
Now we can start making some money. That looks like a thruster cap that got away.
Object accepted for processing.
That's kind of, yeah, that string that bottom piece came off. Normally that the flat piece right here, normally that's attached to the front. This ship feels a little bit more segmented than normal. Not that I mind. Making it quicker and easier to manage.
Tether levels are low.
I want to wait on you to get going. I need it out of the way so we can take this out. In the meantime, we can start prepping the cockpit to come apart. Actually, before we do that, I think we want to go in the cockpit and
Salvage secured.
start detaching everything.
Credit applied. Object processed.
Which means we need to go all the way back inside. Yeah, I agree. Normal is unknown on this ship. You know, we did avoid them in early access. We eventually got to the point where we started ignoring them.
Credits awarded.
That's depressurized. So we did so less because it was such a hot mess and that always fell apart, and more because we're just tedious. It wasn't entertaining content to sit here and watch me spend 45 minutes picking up individual little pieces and sorting them into the various bins.
Valuable object processed. Credits
And
awarded.
it just wasn't a good use of our time.
Salvage goal cleared. Rewards allocated.
And it looks to me like they've reduced the amount of stray material in the back, which is definitely helpful in that regard.
Caution. No
Out
tethers.
of
Please
tethers.
refill supplies.
Because after skillfully negotiating the depressurization event, and it's not letting me interact. There we go.
Welcome to Vendatron 9000. Thank you for your
Tethers restored.
The ship just goes into, you know, mindless salvage mode by that point. It turns soon enough to not turn red. It's going to turn red. There we go. So there wasn't enough
Processor deposit
unique
accepted.
about this ship to
Credits
warrant
awarded.
playing this ship when it was plagued by the problems it had before. So I feel like they reduced the amount of salvage, so that trying to return it to being a fun ship as opposed to a chore. Go that way. I need to push them.
Processing valuable deposit. Credits transferred.
Okay, that's still in place, which is where we want it. Oh no, it missed a light. Okay, we were cutting all this up because we needed to go inside, and we didn't go inside.
Fuel levels are low. Fuel supplies are
We need to
available
prep
for
the
purchase
cockpit so that we
from the
can start
master
cutting it
chest.
free. Can't do that until it's prepped and we can close the door. We're gonna leave light terminal attached. Well, we might not leave it attached, but we're gonna leave it in the front. Whoa! Whoa! What the heck happened there? Excuse me, sir. Okay, well,
Valuable object.
I guess we've got the front of the ship off. That was very energetic. I removed those terminals and I just saw daylight. And I'm like, wait a minute. That's not the way things are supposed to go. Did not anticipate
Salvage
that
secured. Applying credit.
reaction there. Look at all the green lights on these. For some reason they seem unusually bright. Green's my favorite color. I like it. Oh, stop it. Okay, please.
5 minutes left to get your work done. Okay, Cutter?
Okay, I think I got everything off the walls. Hopefully this door handle still works. Good. Strangely, there's no radiation housing here. Normally we punch a hole in the wall, the front wall to the ECU. You can fly in and out of the ship. I'm not going to bother trying to move that stuff because we're going to have a tether that we're going to have to cancel real soon here.
Salvage destroyed. Please refrain from damaging salvage.
I was a little afraid to cut that off because And with the front end come flying off, just like the other piece. Like, okay, I didn't remove something from the wall that I should had. It's a little unfortunate. I wanted to be in front of it. There's junk in the room. The terminal? I guess it's the terminal. Oh, you be kidding me, really? Alright, I'm confused. Did I got all 4 of the sides. What is with the ships today?
For processing.
This is like the radiation housing on the Javelin. Everything's clearly detached. There was nothing on the inside. I mean, it couldn't because, like, the stuff inside the cockpit, which is the inner wall, not the outer area that we just cut free. We'll come back to it next shift. I want to get some of this stuff out. I want to get a better way in and out. I don't want to keep flying around through the airlock. And I think we're going to want to cut out the floor anyway because so much junk that needs to be removed. And we'll be able to do it. Getting quicker access in and out so we can try and troubleshoot. Oh, don't come at me. The reason why that is not moving.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
I don't know if those are actually freed up yet. Just grappling them, tethering them and seeing if they move.
Shift's almost done, Cutter. 1 minute left.
Oh, looks like we've got all of them. Excellent. There we go. Not as far forward as I'm wanting to cut in, but this will give us another way into the ship. That's good.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account. Object processed. Transferring credits.
I haven't checked for lights on these, so could lose a light here or there. Got all of this cut. Yeah, we'll have to figure out why that front. Yeah, I don't know how much I'm willing to cut to get the cockpit to come off.
Hello, Shipbreaker. Please enjoy this inspirational message. The last 10% of a job takes as much energy as the first 90%, which is why it's so important to always give 110%.
Realized I forgot to mute myself before I leaned over and you'll be able to buy my sandwich.
Processing object.
I did not see any other fuel, so I should buy some this time.
Draw 9,000. Have a nice day.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
I mean, like, there's no corners running into it. Okay. We're going to take the ECU out of the floor anyway when it comes time, so let's cut this floor out.
Material accepted. Credits transferred.
We aren't missing anything. We know that that doesn't connect. We'll do it anyway. Now we can't open or close the door from this side. Not sure if the tether is still attached. Probably should go out there and check that. It is not.
Salvage registered.
I mean, we could tell anyway by whether or not it turns blue, but... There we go. Cancel. Oh, no. Stop. Stop.
Processor deposit accepted. Credits awarded.
This is potentially not going to go well. That strange angle here. Let's see if we can straighten it out. I don't want it to fling everything up into the stratosphere. Or, I guess we don't have a stratosphere. We just need to level it out a little bit. There we go. Oh, perfect. Look at that. Phew.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
Oh, I can't do it. I shouldn't. Oh, we can try to get these little segments over here instead. Okay. If I hit the whole group, you know that they would bounce and something would go elsewhere.
Account credited.
They would be chasing things all the way out.
Salvage goal achieved. Rewards allocated.
I don't know if it's high orbit. We're. I mean, maybe. Yeah, I guess it would be a high orbit.
Salvage secured.
We don't have to be in the atmosphere for it to be an orbit. So yeah, I think that's probably a good term. High orbit. Yeah, the pew pew is the fun part. All right, let's see here.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
I'll go ahead and cut our way through this floor as well. Let's get more of the shell out of the way so we can get the spine out. Oh, buddy. He was trying to get cut.
Salvage deposit ready.
Oh, that doesn't look good.
Account credited.
See that? Get on my way so I can actually go investigate. Oh yeah, that is definitely not good. even freezing the side panels. All right, well that's less than optimal. Probably shouldn't fly through it either.
Processing valuable object. Credit awarded.
That's clear to go. Is. Alright, where do I want to break the spine at? Normally back there, but with the coolant. I'm gonna risk it. What's out here? Famous last words. I'm gonna risk it.
Processing valuable deposit. Credits transferred.
Careful. While the spine floats away, we're going to take care of this.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
Alright, so it's... This is the hallway. I think that's the hallway, right? Because that is... Yeah, that's the ECU room. That makes this the hallway.
Processing object. Applying credits to account.
Oh yeah, if you get a radiation cloud going, it can be a real nuisance. Sometimes they get real persistent.
Raw material deposit.
And waiting for that cloud to dissipate or accidentally shooting a beam through it. Problematic. Nanocarbon is not have a destination. Send it there anyway. And it is that.
Raw material processed.
I'll send it into the processor and confuse the processor control people. What is this? What am I supposed to do with this?
Salvage secured.
I know. Use it as a paperweight.
Applied. Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
Well, that was... I need to be careful about that. It melted so fast that I was starting to hit the hoist with the beam. I'll worry about that other hoist in a
Salvage
bit.
deposit secured. Credits awarded.
E-section out of here.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Hope it's not going to give us problems because it's intersecting with the generator's housing.
Hey, Cutter. 5 minutes left in this shift. All right?
Well, smoothly. Of course, you're not going to.
registered.
So get a turn.
Transferring credits.
Yep. Don't crush me in the process.
Salvage secured. Applying
I really
credit.
feel like the rail guide should be a barge item. Yeah, we're not petting the puppy. We've already pet 2 puppies. This one's going into the collection. Or to the pound.
Valuable object accepted for processing.
Hey, we've already pet 2 of them. We already broke our rule. Our rule. Can't show favoritism.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
I don't think I need to cut the front. Get this one right here. Console's off, so I can actually move that. We're just going to risk doing that because they're not pinned against the corner at least. Still not moving. What is it with these ships today? That's clean. That's clean. All 4 corners are clean. There's clearly nothing on this floorboard. I want to risk doing another cut because, you know, you can easily cut through and get the floating terminals. Go through here instead.
Deposited. Transferring credits.
Bye.
Salvage secured. Applying credit. Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
I missed some aluminum. I don't see. I'm seeing a clear pass through on all of. Oh, okay. Missed aluminum that missed the destination. I got you.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
Thank you. Try to escape.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
I think that the missing poster is the defaced version of that Hardy poster. He's the missing Union poster. I think that's the one that it was defaced for.
Good morning, Shipbreaker. Lynx would like to share the following message. The only P's permitted in the salvage yard are profit, processor, and potassium trifluoromethane sulfonate.
I didn't want to interrupt her. I wanted to hear us trifluorosulfonate, whatever it was. It would help if it was still on the screen for me to read it. Although I'm not sure I'd do any better. Oops. Try and pull myself forward and I caught something that was on a wall.
Material accepted. Credits transferred.
Let's get... We're putting off dealing with the back because that coolant leak is gonna be a hazard that we don't want to deal with yet. Putting off the inevitable. Oh, we have a wall we can take out. I assume there aren't any fuses on the other side of that wall. I didn't actually look. I'm gonna wait to cut the last one because it's behind this anyway, so. I should free up everything. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. More spin than I wanted to have on that.
Raw material deposited.
Don't rebound back hard. I was just trying to get it out of the way. I didn't want to pull it so far that it was going to snap back to the
Salvage accepted.
bed.
Credits applied.
We know not to throw the light thing. Gotta throw the heavy thing. Is that 2 units? Yes. Okay.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits. Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
Phew! Oh. How's that not attached? But yet the batteries are still attached to it. I'm not sure how that came off the wall. We never grabbed it.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credit.
And had we tethered it, it would have detached from all the little bits. You know, Jake, your definition of funny is a little different from mine.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Yeah. I think that getting killed by a flying mattress would be more embarrassing than funny. I mean, can you see the obituary? Killed by a flying mattress.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
careful not to hit the coolant pipe. And we gotta find the other side of this inside the salvage bay. Probably should have just... Yeah, here we go. I was gonna say I probably should have just cut my way through the floor, but... Presumably this will give us quick access back to the exterior. Wow, something that actually came free the way it's supposed to. Yeah. And that definitely should be what it would say on the spare regeneration report. Crushed by a mattress. Hold a Kaido.
Object accepted for processing. Credits deposited.
Waiting for the report on that being turned in, and I'm not seeing it. There it is.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
Is there anything on the top of this? I'm not sure what's in that room. Shouldn't be. That's one of the salvage bays.
Deposit accepted for processing.
So, what we're going to try to do here is we're gonna prep the reactor for an emergency pull. I think that it probably is still getting the coolant feed, so it can probably get away with still removing the reactors like normal, or the thrusters. So we're gonna make sure we have a path to pull it out quickly. Should that turn out to not be true?
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Another air filter. Oh, stuck on something. Probably the ring that I cut out. Yeah, there it is.
Salvage deposit confirmed.
It'll be
Applying
attached.
credit.
It is. That just broke off of something. Something else floating around up here. I heard the sound of it coming
Account
free of
credited.
something. But I don't see anything. Alright.
Valuable objects processed. Credits awarded.
Alright, last time we determined that there was something that we didn't need to cut.
Rewards allocated.
Don't recall what it was. To get the bay free. We know we need to cut these corners because of the supports. I feel like we had to cut the sides as well. We definitely need to cut the cut points. A cramped place to be operating. Around a pipe never makes me comfortable. I'm avoiding that middle support beam. I'm pretty sure it's required as well, but...
Five minutes left, Cutter, okay?
Yep, there it goes. We're gonna wait until next shift to actually pull the reactor. You can get it on this run, but by the time we have it all prepped and ready to go, we would be pretty low on time. I do not want to run out of time.
Transferring credits.
Just as a meltdown starts. Alright, I'm not going to cut that side, just cut the corner. Yeah, see, I'm pretty sure that's inconsistent, where we've seen situations where sometimes it comes off without cutting the side, and sometimes you have to cut the side. I feel like we've had mixed results on trying that. And as it was mentioned earlier, there's really not a normal for us on this ship anymore because we haven't done it
Credits transferred.
enough since the early access ended.
Material deposited. Account credit applied.
You're free to go. You're free to go. Alright. Maybe we don't normally cut the floor out of an airlock, but this airlock's got so much junk in it. Yeah, maybe we do.
Processor deposit accepted. Credits awarded.
Got 2.5 minutes to kill. That was not a clean cut. Can't really fly up in there because so much of the junk in there is not barge
Material
stuff.
accepted.
See, I heard something else break off of that. It was just like on the other one. See, like it's breaking apart something. But there's nothing there. It's like there's another item overlapped on the inside of it.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded. Processing object. Applying credits to account.
That one was normal.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied. You're watching the clock.
Well, and that might be it, Gavin. Since those were free-floating items as part of the salvage, that maybe, like you're saying, it's not registered as detached because it was never attached in the first place. So you might be right. That might be exactly what it is. Maybe there's a flag on it that says, set at spawn of the item that is in attach mode.
Material assigned.
Oh, where's that bar? There was a bar floating around me. See it? Oh, there it is down there. Too late.
Hello Shipbreaker 9346-52. Lynx would like to share the following inspirational message. Some people dream of great salvage, while other people get up every morning and make it happen.
Hello, Frederick. Welcome. Yeah, you're saying that the bay doors are only attached on the support corners in the middle. So that's a theory that we've operated under before, and I feel like we've tested that. And sometimes it's true, and sometimes it's not. Now, if they made it more reliable since early access, it might be reliable now. But I know during early access we definitely had instances where we had cut everything except for like this one side, and it was still attached. And then other instances where it wasn't.
Transferring credits.
And it seems like it's a kind of a hit or miss. But if you're saying that it's reliable now, then that it's entirely possible it is. As a fix from early access. And that's good to know if that's true. Yeah, those bay doors have always been unreliable. Finicky, I guess would be a good way of saying it. Alright, we're going to start prepping for the... Let's get this out of here. Start prepping for the reactor. Area cleaned out. Don't have to do anything for that bay.
Processing. Credits deposited.
Let's get
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
the housing out. Remember, we took the thruster caps off the back of this ship, which we don't normally bother to do. So we're going to try pulling, assuming that we don't start a meltdown. Thanks to that coolant leak, we're going to try pulling those thrusters out. Just to make it a little bit more smooth when we pull the back end away, which is why I'm not pulling the back end away yet.
Raw material accepted.
We are going to... I think we're going to take this room. Just to remove it. See, we had another detached sound on... I think you're absolutely right on the speculation, because
Credit applied.
I think we've only heard that... No, we heard that sound... Yeah. We're only hearing that detachment sound on things that were free-floating. So I think that might be it. Are there any... Okay, there's no fuses on this wall. Well, so the coolant is separate from the fuel of the thrusters. The thing is that if the coolant line is technically broken,
Valuable object
then when
credits
we detach the thrusters,
salvage
the
destroyed.
reactor will suddenly go into a meltdown when we're not ready for it. Because the game will think that the coolant and thrusters are both detached. And normally, we don't detach the coolant beforehand. So we're going to make sure we have an escape route. And we're going to follow our usual strategy. And if it thinks that the coolant has been detached, then we are going to have a opening by which we can scurry over here real quick and pull the reactor. Is that going to shatter? Oh, alright.
Processing valuable object. Credits awarded.
Alright, so now we have our escape window. Like the back end got dragged a little bit from the room. Not really aligned that well. I'm going to save that last one for a moment and get these two out safely. Yeah, I did misalign. Let's look at these three here. Come on. Cooperate. Thank you.
Salvage deposit registered.
That just made the problem worse. It misaligned it even more. Not bobbing around. Alright. Now,
Salvage deposit
attaching
confirmed.
this should be
Applying
safe.
credit.
We're getting ready to find out. We gotta be ready to run for the reactor. Okay, nothing blew up. Hope that through the hole. Yet. I'm confident it's not going to suddenly melt down.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
Why is there a floating piece in there? Not good. Oh, bye. Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Credits transferred.
Now we can shut down that coolant leak all the way at the front of the ship. Ah. Toilet. Thank you. Yeah, every one of those things,
Transferring credits.
every one of those floating things is giving me that audio report of a detachment. mean, anything's possible. I'm at the helm. We know that I don't make mistakes.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
And as I've said before, any video evidence to the contrary is purely fabricated. Hashtag alternate facts. It's like button lights get on my way. I think that just turned the entire ship. Yeah, that just turned the entire ship. That's mildly annoying. That doesn't belong down there, does it?
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
That is not CGI. That's the one thing that's real. I mean, that's real.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit. Cutter? Got about 5 minutes left till you're done for the day.
Alright. This down. Take my fedoras very seriously. I still have my original fedora. It's not in wearing condition anymore, but I still have it.
Salvage destroyed. Please pay attention. Salvage secured.
Alright, so now we gotta see if we can remove this pipe. You know how it likes to get attached to the top of the ship.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
Before we
Warning.
start
Fuel
goofing
levels
around here, let's
are
see if we've
low.
got... This flew right into that. We needed to detach it for sure down here.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
All of that is going to get in the way. The ship rotating is really a monkey wrench in all of this. Nothing is aligned right now.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
Please reorient yourself.
Tether supplies dropping.
That's gonna have to do. I think it's getting caught on the top now. We're probably gonna have to split this whole thing up.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Everything else is detached. Yeah, see, it's attached somewhere along the lines. Usually it's stuck to like one of these. Well, no, the reactor base is, I mean, this should all be free floating, right? This whole thing isn't attached to anything now, because that's I've cut that free. The entire thing could be independent at this point. Out of stubbornness, I'm going to cut up the back piece and just try to pull it away.
Salvage deposit registered.
It's a different bottle. They normally look like Pepsi bottles. I mean, there's different artwork on them, but this is like a oil bottle or something like that. I don't remember seeing that bottle. It's not a drink bottle. Trying to use up tethers. The processor to whom I paid a compliment to regarding his fedora. Processor or professor? Did I tell the story about I told the story about the professor, right? I'm not sure what you're talking about if you're saying the processor. And if it's the professor, no, I assume that he never thought twice about it. He pretty much dismissed me straight out of hand.
46-52. Your designated
Spell check.
period is now over. Have a great day.
I was confused because we have the processor in the game, and I'm like, I haven't complimented the processor on my hat. No, you know, I think about that, not that incident, but philosophically about just us as living sentient beings.
Welcome to Vendatron 9000. Thank you.
Tethers restored.
About the things that we remember that involve other people. And what are the likelihoods, you know, like how something can be so significant to us individually that is so trivial to someone else that they will never remember it, and it being significant enough that we remember it for the rest of our lives. Look at this. This is really separated, but this doesn't look like it's moving at all. Something isn't adding up.
Processor deposit accepted. Credits awarded.
But like, you know, most commonly, like the things that we remember from really early childhood
Material
that
accepted.
an adult would have, something that wouldn't stick out to an adult. Why would they, you know? It's common to them. It might be something that you learn for the first time as a child, or a passing comment that an adult makes that makes you think differently about something, and it sticks with you for the rest of your life. It's made me conscious about how I interact with people in my life in general, about how any comment I make or any small act that I do can be more significant in someone's life than in my own, and how it might stay with them long after I've not thought about it ever again. And that if I were ever to be a parent, that's something that I would hopefully keep conscious of at all times. You know, a child is curious and they're asking a lot of questions, and while that can get, you know, monotonous and irritating, you know, it's a running gag in comedy. it's easy to dismiss it as an adult. That it's actually more significant for the child than the adult might realize. No, and it's not necessarily bad things. It's just being mindful of how something might be more significant to someone else than they are to you, and not be dismissive of questions or interactions that you might have with them. I remember one of my favorite memories of my grandfather. He passed away quite some time back, but my grandmother and grandfather. Oh, I know I missed the timing on that.
Recommends avoiding high voltage power sources.
My grandmother and grandfather. My other ones were gone. Were gone when I was either before I was born or shortly thereafter. So I always speak of grandma and grandpa as one unit because it's only one side of the family. But they're old Reaganites, old World War II Republicans, and all the mindset that comes along with it. And I am not a Republican. I keep my politics out of the channel, but for the purpose of this story,
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
I got into some discussion with my grandmother. I remember being at their house. I'm going to leave that. And she was saying something that was atypical Republican that I disagreed with, and it was a lighthearted conversation. It wasn't some, angry political discussion. But I remember her kind of trying to dismiss what I was saying, and my grandfather coming into the room. This is moving like it's detached. My grandfather coming into the room and her trying to get support from him. Like, can you believe he said that? Like she was trying to get him to back her up. And I remember my grandfather just looking over her and saying something to the effect of, "Oh, don't bother trying, Grandma. He's one of them Democrats." And having my grandfather say he's one of them Democrats just tickled me to no end. And it's an impactful memory. And the reason that it was so impactful is because it was my grandfather treating me like a grown adult that made his own decisions and had formed my own opinions. I was an adult by then, but it's the grandparents never stop being grandparents. No matter what your age is, they're always going to be that much older than you. They're always going to assume they're that much wiser than you. And they're always going to treat you like the grandchild. And he treated me like a fellow adult as opposed to one of his grandchildren in that statement. And it was awesome and felt respectful, and it was wildly significant to me. And it's a memory that I will keep with me for my entire life. And I guarantee that he never thought twice about the statement. It was a throwaway statement in a conversation. Going back to the original the original reason it was brought up, no, the professor probably never thought twice about his encounter with me. All right, let's see here. What I'm going to do with this. I think we're going to end the tug of war. Cancel the tether. So yeah, the pipe came free on its own. It was always just over my weight limit, and I just didn't recognize that. I mean, the whole unit's under 10K. Well, 240K. What it is? Yeah, it's under 10K. I thought we could move that. I've never bothered to memorize the weight limits in this game. There's so much positive feedback in this game from the interface. You know, like doing that quick grab of something, it gives you that blue indicator. So I never have to pay attention to the numbers. Either something's free or it's not free.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
That's a good story, Liquid. You made your niece cry because you told her the sun would explode. Yeah, I expect that as a parent, I would make that mistake probably frequently.
Processing valuable object.
Of just, you know, these are the facts of the world. You know, because I like to spread knowledge. And,
valuable component lost. Please be more careful.
you know, lost fuel pipe. Wait a minute, what? All of that is supposed to... Oh, no! Ah, the furnace caught the back end of it. Wasn't even paying attention. It looks like the tether broke at some point. Oh, did that cost us our mini-me? At 2.1%, we can still make it. It's, you know, it's always the things that you look away one moment. Everything else, if you watch it, it doesn't go.
Five minutes left to get your work done. Okay, Cutter?
Leave me alone, Dee Dee. I got something I'm dealing with. Come on. You will not have all of this. I might have to cut some of it free, but... It is not even budging. The one time I'm gonna wish I had... Oh, this is so dumb.
Salvage destroyed. Don't do that.
It moved a little bit. I was just trying to get the end that might be touching, you know, the event horizon.
Salvage destroyed. Please revisit your training.
No, don't go back to the furnace. No. No, 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 no. That was not an open invitation to go to the furnace. I wanted to free that up because I wanted to grab this piece before it went crazy all the way across the map. Did I lose more coolant pipe?
Lost.
What?
Penalty applied.
Ah! No! Oh yeah, bring the molten, crumbling part back out. Thanks a lot, Tethers. and that cost us another shift, because we would have been done in this shift. Yeah, it wants it. It sure got it. We saved a little. You know, I still, you know, with man of my word, I said it wasn't gonna get all of it. We did salvage that little piece. So technically, I showed it. It might have been like a $5 piece of pipe, but you know, darn it. We got it. We salvaged some of it. We worked so hard to get that whole thing as one piece out of there, and then the furnace ate it. I'm so angry. I cannot believe that happened. And there's no way we can get this into the furnace before the end of the shift. It'll take too long to move it. I did that again, didn't I?
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Come at me. Like I said, those rail guys should be a barge item, in my opinion.
Valuable object.
My unpaid professional opinion.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited. All right, Cutter. Time to wrap it up, okay? 1 minute left. Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
We're just going through, finding any little bits that we've missed. So next shift we can just cut this thing in half and send it into the furnace. Any door handles or lights or anything we might have missed. Oh, I think we're good. Picked a somewhat random place to start cutting. Hey, Charmer, welcome back. Good seeing you again. Oh, look at all that. Stupid furnace. Man, it ate a lot of pipe. We're still gonna get our mini-me, but oh my goodness. We worked so hard to get that thing separated. And send it all in as one piece, just to have it do that.
Good morning, Shipbreaker. Your theta wave levels are high. Please administer 2 caffeine pods before starting your shift.
Hopefully your weekends aren't as chaotic, Charmer. It's always tough if you have to. Especially if you have to work during a weekend or something like that. Something I've always tried to avoid. You gotta do what you gotta do.
Material accepted. Credits transferred.
I'm assuming there's nothing in there. I'm pretty sure we got it all cleared. Don't even know what I'm cutting. Cutting blind. We don't normally cut through this because that's the airlock. That's because we don't normally cut the floor out of the airlock. We just did so differently on this run because of all the stuff that got sucked into the room. Oh, very nice. Well, good luck, Charmer. Have they... You say you get security clearance, so if you're at the point of security clearance, does that mean they've already offered the position and you're just waiting for the clearance to go through? Okay, this is not split. Doesn't surprise me because I did such a weird cut line. There it is.
Raw material deposited. Transferring credits.
There we go. Go that way. You go that way.
Deposit accepted. Object processed. Transferring credits.
Grab that, swing it around. Catch some of that junk that's floating around. Won't work, but we'll try it anyway.
Raw material accepted.
Nice. I mean, if you got the provisional offer, then you're set. Then, right? That's the big thing. I looked into doing security guard work when I first moved down here, and I was really surprised by all of the
Material accepted.
prerequisite,
Credits assigned.
like
Final
licenses and
All rewards allocated.
certifications and everything that they had to go into it. There's missing. How did I miss a light? I went over the whole place like 9 times. Oh, welcome back, Asymmetrical. Let's see you again. Alright, 20 minutes later, it's making its way to the furnace. Make sure that we have nothing else floating around.
Material accepted.
Oh, looky there, the pipe.
Transferred.
There, that was the ultimate send-off there. Look at that. They were trying. That was the one piece of pipe we managed to save. And they tried to deny us. Oh man. You know what, we're not leaving anything to chance here. We're gonna hand walk it into the processor. Probably follow it in too.
Processing valuable deposit. Credit transferred.
We salvaged pipe. Well, German, you'll have to come back to next live stream or whenever and let us know if you got the job.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
All right, I think we got everything. We got our mini-me, despite some unfortunateness in this run. Was not an ideal run. 3.2% lost. That is just terrible. We got the mini-me with the asterisk next to it. Honestly, you know, after us working to getting our 98% that we were so used to from early access, 95% mini-me feels like a participation trophy. Like thanks for showing up. Here's your trophy for participating.
Good morning, Cutter 9346-52. All the team at Lynx would like to wish you a happy and productive day.
And we shamefully accept it. All right, well, technically that means we still have a mini-me. Yep, here's your badge. Be grateful. It's what, 3.5 hours. So yeah, if it's a long ship, it'll be the last ship. If it's something like, you know, like we could maybe do an Atlas and a mackerel, or maybe a couple of Atlases. But yeah, we're closing in. But have a great night, Kevin. I'm glad you could stop in. Again, I don't know. From Saturday to Saturday, I don't know what's going on. You know, I want to continue to Hardspace, but I'm also looking for, like last Saturday, we did Satisfactory, and if I can come up with other even one-off play sessions for other games, I might throw up a different something. Something that can be played in a session that people might be interested in seeing. Like there was a content update recently for it's another game, that name I can't think of right now. Not Surviving Mars. It's one of the Mars games that I've reviewed in the past, and there was a major content update for it, and I want to check that out. And that might be something worth streaming. I kind of want to do an Atlas. I don't see a good Atlas to do. Another Roustabout Tug. That's good. I want to get more in the rhythm of doing the Atlases, because we just haven't done enough of them since they got introduced to the game so late. Planet Crafter? I feel like I recognize that name as something I saw on Steam not too long ago. That's not something I've played. Don't think. Yeah. Steam up here real quick. I think that might be the... Oh yeah, I know what that is. I played the prologue of Planet Crafter for like 5 minutes and bailed on it because they don't have I mean, it's probably changed by now. But at the time, they didn't have custom key bindings, and so everything was hard coded for right-handed players. And I was like, nope, out. But yes, it's Plant Crafter is in the genre of games that I enjoy playing. So if when they iron it out, it's probably something I will actually look into. Yeah, no lefties allowed. That's how it feels frequently.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
Yeah, if you saw my Steam comment history, there's a disproportionately large amount of comments from me to developers about them neglecting lefties. It's my giant pet peeve. Games should not hit the public in any form, even early access, until there's at least a basic keybind function to it. And no one will ever change my mind on that opinion.
Object processed. Transferring credits.
If I can play a game for 5 minutes and already see a glaring issue with it, not only does that tell me that the developers are not being mindful, but there also means that there's a complete lack of testing. Because you shouldn't, no game should make it to live, even an early access live, in a state that can be unplayable. Not only unplayable, but obviously unplayable within 5 minutes of loading it up. Someone can load a game and immediately tell that there's a critical problem in the game, then you've not done any real testing.
Processing valuable object. Credits awarded.
And again, I appreciate what it means to be early access, and so I'm not saying that Plant Crafter, as an example in this case, is going to be a bad game. There was clearly an oversight that hopefully they will. If they have, and they may have already remedied. Through feedback, possibly my feedback. Orbital was another game like that. Orbital went live. It wasn't even early access. It went live without any key binding, and it's a real-time PvP game. And my comments and review resulted in them prioritizing adding key binding.
Valuable object accepted for processing.
I'm like, you can bet that your right-handed opponent is not going to have to take time to take their hand off the mouse and do all these other things that you're going to have to do while they're killing you. Thanks a lot for ignoring lefties. They're like, oops, let's get on that. They didn't even add key binding. They hard bound their version of left-handed controls.
Transferring credits.
All right, we're gonna do the two at once. They hard bound their version of left-handed controls, and then later came back and added key binding.
Thruster fuel system unstable.
But you know, they were responsive, and I still refunded it, but there was an additional problem I had with the game.
Thruster unstable. Fire hazard.
It was a pretty neat game. Oh, we need to go to the bottom one, not the top one. Light the ring of fire. Let me go, let me go, let me go. Oh, fuel pipe being destroyed. That's not good. That means we're behind. Oh, ring of fire.
Salvage destroyed.
Go! Object in the way.
Fire damage.
Oh, well, that one got a lot farther than usual. Woo. I mean, it got all the way back there, but it didn't destroy these pipes. That's pretty good. I wonder if we can cut these off now. Nope. No, it was give me a second. I can answer the question real easy. Terraformers. It's called terraformers. Kind of straightforward. It's a turn-based terraforming Mars colonization game that's in early access, and it's actually pretty neat. And they've been actually, let me focus on this real quick, and then I'll talk about it.
Thruster system is breached. Detecting elevated
'Cause
volatility.
you guys know how distracted I get when I start talking about stuff.
Thruster dangerously disabled. Proceed with caution.
My nose itches. Okay. Oh,
Fire damage. Please recommend maintaining.
I went along the wrong wall. I was supposed to go along the ceiling. Oh, maybe not. I went around the right wall. It just has those things in the way.
Salvage system.
Oh, fire. Oh, now I'm stuck in the fire. Oh yeah, this is really good.
Fire damage.
That's healthy. Oh, that's good to hear. I mean, PlanetCraft, the prologue was painfully basic. It looked like it was more of a proof of concept,
Account credit applied.
but it definitely has the potentials. So I will be following it loosely and watching where it goes and see if it develops into a good title.
Tether supplies are low. Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
But anyway, so Terraformers is for those who didn't see my review of it, it's a turn-based
Salvage secured. Account
turn-based game where you have locations around the map that can either be cities or can be places that you can build external buildings. You found a city and put down housing and robotics and all that stuff, so you have people. But it's not a game about. It's not a survival game. It's a terraforming game. So you don't have to. Like generate a certain amount of food per turn to keep people alive. So it's very different. You're gathering resources, but you're gathering resources for expansion purposes only. There's no upkeep. And it's just so different from what I've seen in other games like it that I really appreciate it. And you have maybe we can come back into the upstairs. Oh no, I can't cut the floor out because I didn't remove the thrusters.
Air pressure level.
I don't think I'm doing justice to PlanetCrafter, or not PlanetCrafter, Terraformer. Oh.
Airlock depressurizing.
The income of resources in the game are significant in that, if you can get +1 of something coming in, like power or titanium or whatever, it's important. Each +1 is important. And as you explore the map, you get windfalls of
5 minutes left.
resources.
Cutter. All good?
And
Good.
every turn, at the beginning of your turn, you get a selection of research cards, which are essentially they're buildings that you can build. And you kind of build a hand out of them. And these are the buildings that you can put either inside of cities or outside of the cities, depending on what the building is. And so you're trying to manage your resource intake so that you can continue to expand by placing these buildings and building a synergy of the buildings together. Like, you know, some of them have like adjacency bonuses. So, you know, there's a building that gives +1 food to all food buildings that are adjacent to it. And so you're trying to plan out your cities. Sometimes you theme the city, and like I'm going to do a lot of science in this city so I can, you know, group them together. And you have a constant growing expectation need. And that's the way you lose the game, is if you get negative on your expectations.
Salvage
You know, like
deposit secured.
people expect
Credits awarded.
more out of you. Keep improving life. You know, the life on the planet while you're also terraforming the planet. And so it's really neat how it works.
Valuable object processed.
And even though it's turn-based and it's really easy to plan out, well, this is what I want to build next. Here's where I want to expand to. Since every single turn you're getting a new card, your strategy can change on any given turn. It's like, oh, I want to build this instead. Or now I need to do this.
Deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
And so you're always, every turn you're always reassessing what your strategy is. So it doesn't run into the problem that a lot of turn-based games run into, like Civilization, for example, where you go, okay, I know it's going to take me 20 turns to do this, so I'm just going to keep hitting end turn over and over again. You don't ever do that in this game. Whoa! I think I was supposed to push a depressurization button for there, but I was talking and not paying attention. I made all that effort to come back in.
Credit applied.
Come back in through the pressurization chamber, and then I just vented the whole thing. But I think the final thing I want to say about terraformers, the other cool thing about terraformers is that
Salvage
you have
deposit
goals between
Credits
on
transferred.
each game that you play. You have a set goal that you're trying to accomplish to win that round, and
Airlock is depressurizing.
you accumulate experience between playthroughs of the game, and you unlock new buildings and new things of interest that can become available in future playthroughs. So there's a ton of replayability due to that factor. And there's also a real cool mechanic involving leaders. You elect a leader every 10 years, which is every 10 turns. And then the leader retires.
1 minute left.
And so you have to pick between the candidates and say, well, this is the leader is going to help me for the next 10. And each leader has unique abilities that you can use. Which also is a pretty neat mechanic.
Transferring credits.
And each leader brings a permanent upgrade that they bring to the colony as a whole. So even after they've retired,
Salvage goal obtained.
their permanent
Additional rewards assigned.
passive is always active. Alright, lights are out, which means it's safe to take these out. Anyway, they had a major content update recently, and I ran out of tethers. where they added all kinds of stuff, and I have not had the time to play it yet. I got a bunch of red off of something. Something must have gotten destroyed during that unscheduled depressurization. Yeah, Frederick, you're saying that Plant Crafter looks like they've kind of they've reached their end point. Oh man, I lost a lot from those fuel pipes. That's okay. This is self-inflicted damage. So if our red is from that, that's from us just having fun. I'm willing to accept that consequence. Of us playing with the Ring of Fire. Yeah, I got from looking at Planet Crafter, I'm real concerned that it's not going to flush out to a full game. There were a lot of weird things I was seeing in the early stuff, and I've seen some videos on it
Good morning,
that made me
Shipbreaker.
feel like
Link
developers
Sundays
don't
to
really know what
maximum
they're
8
doing,
hours of sleep. Any
and that they're
extra
making
sleep
weird
time will be
decisions.
docked from the next pay cycle.
And so it's definitely a game that I don't see a scenario where I play it in early access.
Welcome to Vendatron 9000. Thank you for your
Tethers restored.
But if they pull it together as a good game, I'd be interested in playing the full version when it's released. Oh, it's a two-person team. Yeah, I believe it.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
I mean, hopefully they can pull it together and make it into a good game. I mean, it's the terraforming crafting premise has been done a lot, and it's been done a lot because it's an entertaining topic.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
And it's always cool to see an different take on a familiar genre. I think we need to get these over here. I mean, my gaming library is not shy of Mars terraforming planetary stuff. I like space stuff. I mean, a lot of people do. Yeah, I think terraforming and Mars stuff is
Salvage
the modern day
credit applied.
zombie game. Because the zombie craze went really heavy for a while there.
Credit. Processing object. Applying credit to account.
Starforge never got complete. Yeah, that sounds familiar. Isn't Star Citizen another game that is still promising more than it can deliver and still hasn't gotten finished? I haven't really followed that project lately. And once this flips around, I'm going to grab it by that nodule right there to pull it straight. Missed the shot, but it'll work. Yes, Star Citizen is definitely one of those games that, when you look at the feature list that they're promising, it's like, no way that you pre-ordered this thing until they prove that that's actually going to... like Cyberpunk 2077 was perfect example of promising way more than they ever could realistically meet.
Processor deposit accepted. Credits awarded.
And Cyberpunk really missed the mark on their
Salvage
original
secured.
promises.
Applying credit.
The original promises. They also further missed them. Oh, no, you don't. They also further missed the mark on the things that they, the lessened promises. Nice try, buddy. Nice try.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
I believe we have discussed Cyberpunk and my complaints about it on this before. So I do intend to get back to and play a different run of it. Eventually. There were a lot of fun in it. I mean, it wasn't a completely bad game, but the complaints are relative.
Salvage deposit
It's relative to
secured.
the promises that they made,
Credits awarded.
rather than regardless of the outcome of the quality of the final product. It was how many promises they made that they fell short on, and how much they hyped the game and hid the changes they'd made from the promises. Like I don't mind when a developer realizes that they've bit off more they can chew, and they have to make decisions. That's true under most cases. I mind when they make a promise and then do everything they can to avoid telling you that they're not going to make that mark. You can usually tell by looking at, you know, the trailers that they release and what's missing from the trailer that they're trying to not show you is not there. And that's when you see that, that's a red flag that they're trying to hide something. Just be upfront and honest. If you promised more than you can get and you realize it, just tell us. Just tell us.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
Instead of trying to dupe us into buying it on what we think is there that isn't.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
You know what would be useful with the furnace is if we had like a shield on the furnace. You know, like a button on our arm and we could hit and it would close just close a shielding over the furnace. Like, oh, I know I'm not going to be throwing anything in the furnace for a while. Let's just close off the furnaces entirely. And same goes for the processor. Oh, what are you, buddy? You saw that, right? You tried.
Warning. Fuel levels are critical.
Processing valuable deposit. Credits transferred.
For any lights that we might have not peeled off. I feel like there were some lights missing on these. I know I grabbed a couple, but there's one right there.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Did they really both break their tethers? I knew they were going to be red, but I had to flip around soon enough. I'm pretty sure we saw fuel inside the vessel. Let's look and see if we can find that. Yeah, I miss listening to Hal and Weaver go at it. It's pretty likely that at some point I'll reset
Fuel levels
my profile or see if I can have a second profile set up that I can play and just not do the industrial action, so that I can continue to listen to them. I think instead of my pushing those other ones away, I think I'm going to try to pull this away.
Object accepted for processing.
That guy would hurry up and get in there. I could tether. Ah, forget it. I cut everything free? Yeah. Oh yeah, that works way better. Instead of trying to get the thruster housings away.
Valuable object processed. Credits
I
deposited.
didn't get the other side. This is the way I should be doing it. Try to remember to do it like that in the future.
5 minutes left in the shift, Cutter, okay?
But I think that's
Applying credit.
the roustabout only, right? The Atlas Scout and the Nomad, I don't think that those... Yeah, they can't be pulled forward, right? Because the Scout, the fuel is on the back wall. Missed a cut. And on the Nomad, that's the triple. I think that's also blocked. I think it's only this one that we can pull it forward like this. Go that way. You go that way. I'll check and make sure these guys are not going to the furnace. It's depressurized. That's while we're out here.
Secured. Credits deposited.
And maybe if we cut all the points, it will come off a little more easily.
Deposit accepted for processing. Salvage goal reached. Rewards assigned.
Turn that because I don't want to tether the side because it'll just peel the side right off. All right. Oh, looks like we already got this detached.
Processor deposit accepted. Credits awarded.
Oh, that's convenient. Stay away from the furnace. Go over there. That guy's in the way of where I was getting ready to cut.
Salvage accepted. Credits applied. Processing valuable objects. Credits awarded.
Aren't any coolants or anything on the walls for me to accidentally cut. Don't look like. Ooh, got both of them. Wasn't aiming for them both. I was kind of aiming for them both, but I didn't think I had the range. Expect to get credit for it. That's great to watch all of them going all together.
Shift's almost done, Cutter. 1 minute left.
Whoa! 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 Whoa!
Credits awarded.
Try to pull me into the processor. Hello, Mark. Welcome back. See you again. We have not found either of the posters that we're looking for. Starting to doubt that they're still in the game. They're curiously absent from our runs. I know I'm going to leave that attached. Let's see if we can. Right, because that's furnace. We've been detaching these cables, taking these out, but I don't think it's necessary. We'll just leave those cut points in place. And neither poster has materialized. Starting to feel like I should do some research of whether or not they're still in the game. I don't know why they would have been taken out. Especially the Union one, because it's kind of part of the storyline.
Shipbreaker.
I think the other one is Callista Paulson. So we got Doris Singh, and there should be another pinup girl on the other side. And I feel like it was Callista. I don't think they would remove them to be evil. I'd have to go back and watch the previous, our previous run through of this to catch the one of the times where we were going through the hab and had all the posters up to actually see what they were.
Salvage is secured. Applying credit.
See something on the wall that doesn't belong there. Oh, that one's covered. Whenever I get the perfect spin like that, I always think of the Space Odyssey monolith flipping its way through space. The nice slow spin like that one's doing. Dun, 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 dun. Alright, buddy. Why are you on the far wall? That doesn't make any sense at all. That shouldn't even be a valid angle from where it was. Yeah, 2001, exactly.
Processing valuable deposit. Credits transferred.
Finish out this bottom floor. Start spinning. And we gotta remove the front as well.
Applying credit to account.
Bye-bye. Okay, so we're going to need to cut out the mounting thing.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying
Mounting
credit.
plate. The thingy.
Object accepted.
Oh, did I, Jake? Okay.
Credits deposited.
Oh, right. That was not the piece that came off the side. That's what you were saying. Right. It was the back piece. Yeah, now that makes sense. I was thinking it was one of the three that came off the side. I'm like, that didn't have a straight line. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits. Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
Skim that across the bottom. I was just trying to avoid the
Salvage
storage
deposit
bins.
accepted.
In
Credits
early access, that would have totally destroyed the computer. They definitely made them a lot more
Salvage
resilient.
secured. Account credit applied.
I'm grateful for.
All salvage goals achieved. Rewards maximized.
Don't catch this on fire. Oh, that's so close. I'm gonna risk it. We're back to being super paranoid after the one time we got lax and the javelin blew up on us. Posters on the cockpit? Okay. Indeed. Thank you. Right in the middle.
Valuable object processed. Credits deposited.
Oh, I saw something out of the corner of my eye. Yeah, there it is. That's just random junk. I'm like, why is it not showing up on the scanner? I know I saw something.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited. Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
These are processors, so we need to take those too. Anything else for the barge? Barge.
Credit applied.
I don't think so. We still need to cut the processor plate. This is it. A little bit of free fuel.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
Now I'm being a little excessive with it. Ah! Moving target. I need to pay attention to where it's aiming. There we go. Why you have to aim anything if you can just keep turning the ship to face whatever you need, wherever you need things to go. Oh boy, those are heavy. Not gonna do your own thing.
Valuable object accepted for processing.
Yeah, I've hit myself in the face of that fuel tank hard enough. It'd be competing with itself for how it wants to kill me, either crushing death or an explosion. Or fire. It could all be listed on the spare report. Died from crushing, burning, exploding. There we go.
Deposit accepted.
Yeah, it looks like those compound death messages in Minecraft, where it keeps track of what you were doing at the time that you died, and it tries to build a death message. Died by a skeleton while trying to escape.
Hey Cutter, you've got 5
Like
minutes
that.
left in the shift.
Died. I think it's something like
Having fun.
died in lava while trying to escape being shot by a skeleton or something like that. It always builds out. It knows what you were doing at the time of your death, and it tries to build out a lengthy death message of all the danger factors that you were being faced with at the time that you expired. They can get pretty funny. That's yeah, it's furnace. I think that's going to cover all of our gray. We really did lose a lot of red on goofing around with the fuel tanks, the fuel pipes. But that's alright. All in the name of fun. I'm not sure that it's technically more efficient. You know, you're doing two at once, but I don't think you really save yourself anything by that effort. Am I seeing but not seeing? There it is. Blending in. I really feel like there's still going to be something on there. I just...
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
Spidey sense makes me feel like we're forgetting something. See anything other than the fact that I'm actually drifting into the furnace. Well, no red. I do like that we managed to keep the the door. That doesn't count. I do like that we managed to keep the cables attached this time. Something that we have not done in the past. So that is an improvement. Oh. Nice. Another mini-me. I think that's going to be our last ship. Yeah, that puts us at almost 4:30. 4.5. I do want to check our stickers. If we haven't looked at those in ages, and we should have 18 million mini-me's.
Shipbreaker 9346-52. Links
But we
would
also
like to
might have
share
some
the following
upgraded
inspirational
stickers
message.
for the ones we're already
Make
using.
the most of your shift by fanning the tiny sparks of effort into flames of profitability.
So the nanocarbon one, we already have somewhere. Yeah, we already have it. With the class 1. Oh, we're not using that sticker? Do I want to replace anything with that one? Replace the donkey. We don't have the class 1 or class 2. Okay, yeah, we gotta do that. Like, I'm okay with parting with like the thumbs up. Those belong on the grappler, as far as I'm concerned. Upgrade. Upgrade. Man, we have been industrious, haven't we? I don't think we're using that one anywhere. We are not. Sticker is that? Environmentally conscious. To make your time count, we're using that, and it's not the upgraded version, so... And we're keeping that because it's telling a story. It's the don't make your time count sticker combo. Oh, but you got an upgraded version of that, too. Excellent. We should have... We don't have this one on here. I don't know where we want to put it. We're going to upgrade it and just leave it for now. We already have that one upgraded. Asteroid ones, I'm not going to bother putting that one on. I mean, if we ever get the holographic time it's money, I think we'll put that on there, but this, you know, the original one just doesn't feel earned because of, you know, how we just auto go out of debt. I definitely do want to do another run of this at some point. Again, I want to earn my way out of debt without doing the Link Safety Third doesn't have an upgrade. Without doing the industrial action and getting out of debt for free. And get to listen to, oh my goodness, 25. And getting to listen to Hal and Weaver gripe at each other endlessly. Don't think we're using this one. I'm not. I don't think we have anything that's not upgraded on our... Looks like a couple of the ships are not upgraded. That one's not upgraded either. No, yeah, it is. Okay, it just wasn't shimmering at the time that I said that. So this one needs to be swapped out. That needs to be swapped out. Nice. These we already had. Unsurprisingly, we had a bunch of them for geckos, because we love gecko. That's all of them. Alright, well, I don't think we have anything that's not shimmering now. Except for the ghost. I mean, it's a ghost, right? It kind of shimmer on its own. So eventually we'll probably get that. Assuming that we do enough ghost ships. But look at our stats. Now let's call it. Also, does this tell us how many? Yeah, it still doesn't. Yeah, we don't know how many we're missing, and I think it's probably because of the fact that we haven't actually unpacked any of them. That's all right. Yeah, so we're gonna call it. I'm so glad that so many people still came out because you know, when we took a week off of doing Hardspace. I appreciated that, you know, we saw a number of familiar faces from this stream on Satisfactory last week, and that was great. So I really do appreciate it. I appreciate the support. I know not everybody's playing those games, but it definitely helps out, you know. Also helps YouTube not bury me because no one's watching. But also be sure, you know, I was actually doing some reading and watching some other videos from other creators that were talking about how the engagement affects the algorithm, and they were talking about how impactful the likes and dislikes are. Like, it doesn't even seem, I guess YouTube doesn't even care if it's a like or a dislike. It's just considered engagement, and that helps create visibility. So yeah, don't forget to hit the like on the way out if you enjoyed it. But I expect to be live next week. I'm sorry that I was really late on publishing the notice for this one. You know, normally I have it up by Thursday or early Friday. Just I got busy this week and I got distracted from it and forgot to post it. But I expect to be doing something next week. If I don't find something else I want to do, like terraformers, or maybe even stacklands. I was considering doing stacklands. If I can do that decently in a live stream to show that game off, that might be something. Then we'll do Hardspace, because I still love doing this, and if you guys still wanting to watch, then great. But thanks again for coming out, and enjoy the rest of your weekend. And I hope to see you next week, and in any other game that I might publish. But have a great evening, and I will see you guys then.